And they're off. Determined Love broke on top. She's going to rush out to clear for the early lead. Jara out a bit slowly. She's the trailer. Second between horses is Fresh Dreams, who's rushing up to the leader. Along the rail, JMR Gemma. 4 deep is Hasn't Hit Me Yet. And here comes Jara with a rush in the 5-path. The whole field is within 2 lengths of each other. Determined Love has rebroken away. She's 1.5 up. It's a stack of 4 next. Jara rushing, Hasn't Hit Me Yet, has to check between horses. Fresh Dreams also taking back along the rail. JMR Gemma is sharing second. The quarter was 22 and 3 into the wind. It is Determined Love at 7-5. She's opened up 4 under a hold. JMR Gemma is now second as Jara begins to stall. Hasn't Hit Me Yet is angling to the far outside, and the trailer is Fresh Dreams. Within the quarter pole, they hit the top of the stretch, and it's Determined Love looking to go gate to wire. 45 and 2 for the half. Determined Love up by 2. Here comes JMR Gemma. She's the only threat. Determined Love clinging to a short lead. JMR Gemma sticks the head in front. JMR Gemma takes control. Determined Love trying to hold place from Jara. Coming down to the wire, it's JMR Gemma and Amanda Vandermeersch. Jara was second, then Hasn't Hit Me Yet, a photo for the bottom spot, 105 and 1. All in line. And they're off. WW Springtime broke well with Fa Fa Fooey. B the Change is splitting them. Along the rail, Artie My Boy is looking for position. Taking back is Brady O'Brady. The trailer is going to be Beast from the East. On the lead, it is WW Springtime under a hold. She's racing a half length better than Artie My Boy, who advances along the rail to start putting the pressure on. Artie My Boy sticks his head in front, making it 3 across the track. Fa Fa Fooey is also right there, putting WW Springtime in a spot between horses. 3 wide is Be the Change. Then we go back to Brady O'Brady, and taking up at the back is Beast from the East. The quarter was 22 and 4. It is Fa Fa Fooey and WW Springtime, both a neck better than Artie My Boy. Be the Change is angling to the far outside to make a bid and also winching closer. Here comes Brady O'Brady. Beast from the East is distanced. They swing for home. Fa Fa Fooey and WW Springtime. The favorites are locked in battle. Angling out looking for a run. Here comes Brady O'Brady looking live. Fa Fa Fooey shakes off WW Springtime. Brady O'Brady surging down the outside. 3 across the track. Fa Fa Fooey looking for the wire. Brady O'Brady, one last push, coming down to the line. Fa Fa Fooey holds on. Brady O'Brady was second, WW Springtime, and then Be the Change, 111 flat. All in line. And they're off. Erie Island Man broke sharply. Here comes Timmins also showing speed, ridden along. Golden Cella is pushed for position and is going to make the lead. It's Golden Cella on top with Erie Island Man second. Advancing along the inside to third is Lunatica. Timmins is fourth in the 3-path, and looking for the rail is Santiago Salsa. Field of 5 is separated by about 4 lengths. It's Golden Cella on top, 1.5 to Erie Island Man. In a good spot from third is Lunatica. Fourth, 1.5 back to Timmins, and still at the back is Santiago Salsa. The quarter was a moderate, 24 seconds flat. They turn into the backstretch, and it is Golden Cella opening up 2. Erie Island Man is still sitting in second. Advancing on the outside, Timmins has put his head in front of Lunatica for third. Another 2 back to Santiago Salsa. They're bunched up as they race down the backstretch. Just over a half mile to go. Golden Cella's lead is down to a half length as Erie Island Man begins to inch closer. 48-1 for the half. Timmins at 2 to 5 is third on the outside of Lunatica. It's another 2 back to Santiago Salsa, who only has 4 lengths to make up on the leader. 3/8 of a mile left to go. Golden Cella has shaken clear of Erie Island Man, but Timmins is moving in quickly. Santiago Salsa also gets going. Lunatica now at the back. Just over a quarter of a mile to go. Timmins and Golden Cella now head and head. Timmins now a clear leader, 1:13-4 for 6 furlongs. At the head of the lane, the lead has changed. It is Timmins. Golden Cella second. Santiago Salsa rallying down the outside. Has to make up 4 lengths on Timmins, who's moving strongly in the final 1/8 of a mile. It is Timmins going to live up to the 2 to 5 promise. He's extending the lead. He's up by 5. Timmins and Ishmael Mascara. Santiago Salsa going to be second. It's tight for show between Golden Cella and Erie Island Man, 1:43-4. And they're off. First round broke a little slowly. Misty's Pride is showing speed. Hard ridden from the outside is My Song Baby. And up the fence, here comes Chicago Freddy. It's 3 across the track early. First round is skipped on the inside into fourth. Between horses is El Bandolero with Lemons and Diamonds. The trailer on the outside is My Rote. Chicago Freddy is burst clear to a 2-length lead as they race into the turn. Misty's Pride at 3 to 5 is racing from second. The opening quarter was 22-4. Third on the outside is My Song Baby. First round is fourth. It's a gap of 3 more back to El Bandolero, Lemons and Diamonds, and on the outside, My Rote. They swing for home. It is Chicago Freddy and Pierre Mailhot on top. Misty's Pride inching closer from second. Trying to come up the inside is El Bandolero. Deep on the track is My Song Baby. It is still Chicago Freddy, but diving to the lead to the inside is Misty's Pride. Misty's Pride and Chicago Freddy head and head at the 16th pole. It is Misty's Pride now inching clear as they come down to the wire at 3 to 5. Misty's Pride. Chicago Freddy second, then Lemons and Diamonds and El Bandolero, 59-4. And they're off. Cozy Cat broke sharply. Remember Old Times is also showing up with JMR Bold Vision between them. Luema is racing from fourth on the outside of Westpaw, who's saving ground, 3 lengths better than the trailer, orbiting the sky. It is Remember Old Times, who's opened up a 2-length advantage, bet down to 1-2 in the final click. Second on the outside is Cozy Cat, with Westpaw gaining steadily into the place spot along the rail, past an opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. Sharing fourth are Luema and Jagomar Bold Vision, then another 2 back to orbiting the sky. The field is spread out by about 7 lengths. They're within the final 3/8 of a mile, and Remember Old Times is loose on the lead. Westpaw is in second on the inside of Cozy Cat. Luema is gaining ground in the 3 path. 3 lengths better than JMR Bold Vision, and orbiting the sky continues to trail. A half mile in 46 and 4. It is Remember Old Times on top. Westpaw second with Luema deep on the track. Cozy Cat stalling between them. It is Remember Old Times opening up 6 at the 8th pole. Remember Old Times looks to have opened up an insurmountable margin. Luema is into second past Westpaw. Then we have Orbiting the Sky rallying, but nobody is going to get to Remember Old Times. Remember Old Times gives Chris Husbands a triple on the card. Orbiting the Sky rallied for second over Luema. 1-11 and 3. And they're off. Ernie's Martini broke sharply with Working Out. Raging Bear is also showing speed from the inside. The top 3 stack up, 1.5 lengths better than Victory March, who races on the outside of Action Point. They race onto the backstretch. It is Raging Bear coming out a neck on top of Ernie's Martini. Working Out is back into third on the far outside. On heels is Action Point with Victory March racing between horses. The whole field is spread by about 2 lengths. They went the opening quarter in 23 flat. Here comes Action Point sneaking up the rail, but can't take the lead from Raging Bear, who opens up a length. Ernie's Martini is in striking position on the outside. Deep on the track is Working Out. Victory March now trails between horses. Onto the far turn they go, less than 3/8 of a mile. It is Raging Bear up by 2. Working Out and Ernie's Martini share second. Action Point third along the rail, and Victory March is on the outside. The half mile was 45 and 4. They're creeping closer to Raging Bear, but they still haven't reached him as they swing for home. It's Raging Bear on top. Action Point, Ernie's Martini, Working Out, and here comes Victory March down the far outside. Raging Bear up by 2. Victory March has surged into second, still has to gain on Raging Bear. Raging Bear has a short lead. Victory March coming. Raging Bear, Victory March, Raging Bear, Victory March, last to first. Raging Bear was second, then Action Point and Ernie's Martini, 117 flat. And they're off. Pretty good break. I Got It Good is showing speed with Surprise Astray from the far outside, and Navy Blue Angel going to split them as they race into the opening turn. It's 3 across the track. Racing in fourth along the inside is Holiday with Amy, with Ms. Gemma to her outside. Deep on the track is Loaded Mistress. Perfection Saver saving ground. Ashwicken splits them, and it's well back to Super Follow, who's about 12 lengths off of the leader. Into the backstretch they go. Saving ground is I Got It Good, being hounded by Navy Blue Angel. After showing speed, Surprise Astray is back into third with Loaded Mistress and Holiday with Amy. Two more back to Ms. Gemma, well spotted in fifth along the rail, 2 lengths better than Ashwicken. Then we have Perfection Saver, Loaded Mistress, and well back to Super Follow. The quarter was 24 seconds flat. I Got It Good has the lead, but here comes Surprise Astray with a second run. Navy Blue Angel begins to lose position. Holiday with Amy gaming on the inside with Ms. Gemma past a half and 48 flat. Ashwicken moving nicely into the race, 3 wide. Holiday with Amy now angles off the rail to make a bit at the leaders with Ashwicken. I Got It Good has been passed. Surprise Astray tiring. Ms. Gemma needs to do better. Here comes Perfection Saver trying to launch a rally on the rail as they swing for home. It's Holiday with Amy and Ashwicken dueling down the stretch. They've got the better of I Got It Good. Ms. Gemma and Perfection Saver trying to battle for the minor spots. It is Holiday with Amy and Ashwicken. They've locked horns in the final eighth of a mile. Ashwicken a bit better than Holiday with Amy. Holiday with Amy not giving in, coming down to the wire. That's a photo. I'm going to give the edge to Holiday with Amy, Ashwicken, then Perfection Saver, I Got It Good, and Ms. Gemma, 127 flat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fort Erie Racetrack on a beautiful Basset Hound Sunday. It's a cloudy day, wind blowing out of the southwest, 22 degrees Celsius or 73 Fahrenheit. The main track is fast and the turf course is listed as good with the rail out at 12 feet, 33 minutes to first post. Visit our website, forterieracing.com, for information about everything going on at the track, live streaming of all the races, and all of our video replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back on Tuesday this week. First post will be 4:30. And as a reminder, as we are racing today, there will be no Monday racing tomorrow. Be sure to stick around. After the last horse race today, we will have the 2023 Fort Erie Basset Hound races. Dog racing sponsored by Pet Food Outlet and Dave McMahon Dog Training Academy. Our next free Tiki Bar concert will take place on Tuesday, August 22nd, featuring West Wind. Be sure to mark your calendars. The 88th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes is coming up on Tuesday, September 12th. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, poutine, beer, and soft drinks, located right next to the walking ring. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. The new Homestretch Bar is now open, located next to the Tiki Barbecue. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $13.25 per person. The track pack includes one food item, one drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30, and Saturdays at 10. Jackpot High Five wagering offered in today's sixth and final race. Be the only winning ticket to collect the whole jackpot. The carryover is up to $45,311. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage is permitted in these areas, and no cannabis is allowed on the property. Coming up next are today's changes. In race 1, an overweight on number 4, Jungle Tigress, 3 pounds over at 113. In race 2, an overweight on number 1, Royal Biz, 2 pounds over at 122. In race 3, we have a rider change on the number 1, Lil Green Machine. Make the rider Amanda Vandermeersch. And an overweight on number 6, 2-year contract, 2 pounds over at 124. No changes in race 4. In race 5, a rider change on number 1, One More Brew. Make the rider Amanda Vandermeersch. In race 6, overweight on number 2, Rumors Fly, 1 pound over at 119. And an overweight on number 4, Leah's Sunshine, 1 pound over at 119. So excited to be here for Basset Hound Sunday here at Fort Erie Racetrack. 6 races coming up. Great stuff going on at the track. We have our farmers market vendors down by the paddock. Let's take a look at today's selections. Race 1 is a claiming race, 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We're going to go 5 1/2 furlongs for a claiming price of $4,000. Top pick is the number 2, Soup Spoon. Soup Spoon made his Fort Erie debut on July 31st, made the lead but was run down to be 3rd behind another Woodbine Invader, Sensing Holiday. Soup Spoon moves to the barn of trainer Sharon Chicato for owner Mary Biamont. Leading rider Chris Husbands picks up the mount as Leo Salas will be at Woodbine today. Soup Spoon figures to be the main speed in his second Fort Erie attempt. Number 3, Jamaican Jimmy, has been off since July 11th and now takes a sharp plunge in for $4,000. Jamaican Jimmy has not shown much in 2 starts this year. He seemed like a very talented runner last year, but is just not coming to play this year. The blinkers come off, he's had some time to freshen up, and he takes the plunge in for $4,000. Could be a wake-up candidate for trainer Mark Fournier. Number 1, No More, makes his second start off of the claim, takes the drop in for $4,000 for trainer Joe Humber. He was 4 1/4 lengths behind Soup Spoon when finishing 4th on July 31st. Could be along for a minor share, this wind-shy son of FedBiz. Race 2 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. We're going to sprint 5 furlongs for a price of $5,000 down to $4,750. I'm going with the outside runner, number 6, Radcliffe. Radcliffe was off for just over a month, came back on July 24th, and ran a pretty good 4th, chasing a hot pace, making the lead at the 8th pole and giving way. Radcliffe makes his second start off of the short break. Figures to have a good stalking trip from the outside. Probable favorite is the number 2, Bend in the River, who had a very good pace setup when rallying to be second in the same race that Radcliffe exits. Bend in the River makes his second start at Fort Erie. He likes a fast dirt track. He had good success at Oaklawn this winter. Good results down there. Bend in the River, Steve Jadu and Julie Mathis have teamed up for some positive results. Then the number 5, Gunzig Stinger, has been off since July 10th. Gunzig Stinger was a winner at this price on June 6th. When last racing on July 10th, he was forwardly placed throughout and was outfinished by Coubird when finishing second. Gunzig Stinger seems like a logical player for the combo of Pierre Mailhot and trainer Claudia Rabstein. We're on the turf for race 3. It's a claiming race, 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. Going to go about 7 furlongs for a price of $6,250 down to $6,000. I'm going to take a shot with the rail runner, Lil Green Machine, who for the most part has been facing the non-4, non-one of the year category in his recent starts. Now gets to face non-winners of 3. We're going to move to the turf, which is a new experiment for Lil Green Machine. He hasn't raced on turf since his early starts at Gulfstream Park. Lil Green Machine should be a speed threat, stretching out to the about 7 furlong distance, draws the rail. Amanda Vandermeer will pick up the mount. Number 6, 2-year contract. Another one who's moving to turf, has not raced on turf since last year at Woodbine, where he was a pretty good 5th. It was not a bad race in his only turf start. 2-year contract. Drops down from 10,000 condition company to 6,250 non-winners of 3. Sunny Singh will have the mount for trainer Louis Cappy. Good to see Sunny Singh back with us here at Fort Erie. Number 3, Sensible Portions, won a 6,250 non-winners of 2 on August 1st. Wheels back in 12 days. He got loose on the lead that day and was never threatened. Could have some more pressure on the lead today. There's better quality foes to tackle today as well, but Sensible Portions is not without a shot to double up. Race 4 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2023 or which have never won 4. We're going to go 6 1/2 furlongs for a price of $8,000 down to $7,000. This is a tricky race because a lot of these are turf horses racing on dirt, which is not exactly their forte. I'm going to go with the outside runner, Born to Be Good, who is coming into this race off of a couple of turf races. She was second behind the Lone Speed winning Silent Guru last time, outrunning her 48-1 odds. She was a winner in her last start on dirt against 6,250 non-3s on June 27th. This is obviously tougher company, but she gets some class relief here. Silent Guru is a tough mare. The favorite will likely be number 2, Fancy Soul, who took on starter optional claiming company on July 25th, finishing a distant 4th behind Cozy Valentine. Before that, she was a winner at this level. Fancy Soul, maybe a bit better over a sloppy track, but she has won over a fast course before, so I'm not really concerned about that. She is the horse to beat here. Trainer Richard Davis and Pierre Mailhot are a dangerous combo. Then the number 4, Monastery Lane. This is a bit of a wild card here. She was a vet scratch from a dirt race on August 1st. Now shows back up, shortens up to 6 1/2 furlongs. She's never raced on dirt before, which is always tough to predict. However, she does have a 48 flat work on the Woodbine training track showing on the page, so maybe Monastery Lane will take to the dirt course in her first start for trainer Kevin Buttigieg. Race 5 is an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. We're going to go 6 furlongs. Horse to beat looks like the rail runner, number 1, One More Brew. Was claimed for $25,000 at Woodbine from a winning effort on July 16th. He was vet scratched here at Fort Erie on July 24th and now reappears at the same level, the non-winners of 3 allowance. Son of Milwaukee Brew has some breeding to handle the dirt, breezed in 35-1 on August 4th. Amanda Vandermeers picks up the mount for the Red Hot Barn of trainer Tony Adamo. Number 5, Morning Thoughts, goes for Jeff Voice and Ishmael Mascara. Was a very close second behind the Lone Speed Mobilizer on July 24th. Before that was a winner at the non-winners of 2 category. Morning Thoughts has taken very nicely to Fort Erie since being claimed for $7,500. Seems like going off of Lasix has also helped Morning Thoughts out. Certainly a contender. Then to round things out, number 4, 7 Is a Breeze. Dropped back to last and then closed to be a close 4th in the same race that Morning Thoughts exits, was beaten 1 1/4 lengths on that day. Jeffrey Alderson picks up the mount. A combo of Sims and Alderson had a win on Tuesday's card. Last race of the day is a maiden claiming race, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. Going to go about 7 furlongs over the turf course for a price of $6,250 down to $6,000. Full field of 9 for the jackpot high 5. The number 5, Lady of the Fort, was 6th by just 2 lengths on July 31st at this level. Got in some trouble and was able to re-break and keep rallying. It was a very good effort. Arguably the best horse in the race on that day, but was bothered with some bad luck. With a clean trip, Lady of the Fort could prevail under Michael David. The number 6, Lights and Sirens, she was beaten just ahead in the same race on July 31st, went to the lead, was hounded throughout, and kept going to the wire. That was a very gutsy effort. There is going to be some other speed here. Tangerine Twist was the one that pressed her the whole way last time, and she is right to the outside in gate 7. So Lights and Sirens, unlikely to have an easy trip, but she definitely showed some guts on July 31st. Then the number 3, Wiccan Sense, another one coming out of the same July 31st race. She was dead last through most of the race and flew home up the rail to be 5th by just 1.5 lengths. It was a big effort. May have gone a little unnoticed by some. Wiccan Sense, 0 for 26 with just 2 third-place finishes. She's not a consistent type, but she does like this turf course, and on the right day, she's shown she can come up with a big one. So that's a look at our 6-race card today. Excited for the Basset Hound races coming up after race 6. 21 minutes to first post. Best of luck with all of your wagers.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPIBet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
We kick off the special Sunday card here with a $4,000 claiming event for non-winners of 2 Life, set to go 5.5 furlongs here on the main track. A compact field of 5 will go postward, and on paper, it does look like the number 2 Soup Spoon's Race to Win. Last time out, made that dirt debut here at Fort Erie. Was forwardly placed and just tired a bit in the stretch to finish third, beaten by 2 lengths. Got a 61 Buyer speed figure, which for $4,000 claimers is a pretty strong number. And I think also keen in on that race, it was 6 furlongs. So going to go 5.5 furlongs today, that slight cutback should really help his chances. Chris Husband's teaming up here with Sharon Chicado, who, if you look at the last year, pretty big stats for those two when teaming up. So like I said, I think this horse is going to be extremely tough to beat. The number 5, Sea by the Sea, is my second pick in here out of the Roy Augustino barn. When you look at that last performance, it was going 6.5, really just had nothing to offer in that race. So I am going to make maybe an excuse there and draw a line through that race. It was back just over a month ago, so this horse has had plenty of time in between his races. And his other 2 outings this year at Fort Erie, they were quite strong. Had a nice second 2 starts back over the off-going at the 6 furlong distance and kicked off the 2023 season with a 3rd place finish. And I think in terms of trip, this one does draw to the outside and can maybe get a good position and make one late run in the stretch like he typically does. And then finally, rounding out my top 3, the number 3, Jamaican Jimmy. This one at the Mark Fournier barn. Blinkers off today. A big equipment change for this one, as well as a drop in class. Has consistently been at that allowance level competition here. Now in for the $4,000 tag, and in fact, he's never been entered for a tag. But going back to the equipment change, his last 3 efforts, he has raced with blinkers. But if you go back to his first 4 starts, no blinkers in those, and I do think he was a tad sharper, so I'm excited to see that come off today, as well as the drop in class, and he's just making his 3rd start here now in 2023, so there's certainly room for improvement. He can step up. I think looking at this field, he does look like the best turned out horse in my opinion, so I like what I'm seeing from him and hoping the class relief can get him back on track. But the number 2, Soup Spoon, looks awfully tough here, but will be a very short price here in the Sunday opener. Best of luck.
Horses are making their way on track for today's first race. It's a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We're going to go 5.5 furlongs for a claiming price of $4,000. Race 1 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering. Race 1 post parade, number 1 is No More. Brandon Boulanger rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Joy Elkins. Number 2 is Soup Spoon. Chris Husband's in the saddle for trainer Sharon Chicado and owner Mary Biamont. Number 3 is Jamaican Jimmy. Omar Marino pilots for trainer Mark Fournier and owners Tanya Orth, Scott Leith, and partners. CEC Farms, owner of the number 4, Jungle Tigress. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer Sharon Chicado. Completing the field, number 5 is Sea by the Sea. Mark Lee Buchanan rides for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Cyril Simek. 4 minutes to post for race 1. Early pick 4 wagering kicks off here. Down to 1 minute to post. Starting gate is in position. Not much time left to get your race 1 wagers in. Field for race 1 is approaching the starting gate. It is now post time for a Sunday at Fort Erie Racetrack. 3-5 favorite is the number 2, Soup Spoon. 5-2 second choice, number 3, Jamaican Jimmy. And 5-1 on the rail runner, No More. Field of 5 to kick off the early pick 4. First up will be No More with Brandon Boulanger. No More a bit reluctant to go up. Still waiting on No More. No More goes in. Soup Spoon, the favorite under Chris Husbands, to gate 2. Jamaican Jimmy with Omar Marino goes up. The filly, Jungle Tigress with Amanda Vandermeersch. Last up will be Sea by the Sea and Mark Lee Buchanan. All in line. And they're off. Jamaican Jimmy broke on top. Sea by the Sea also out well. And here comes Soup Spoon to show speed with Jungle Tigress. No More is last, but just a length off the leaders as they're very clustered in the early stages. 4 across the track, it is Soup Spoon, Jamaican Jimmy, and Jungle Tigress. Sea by the Sea is taking back, being passed by No More as they race inside the half-mile pole. The favorite, Soup Spoon, with a neck advantage as they race into the turn. The quarter was raced in 23 seconds flat. It is Soup Spoon, a neck better than Jamaican Jimmy, who's ridden to keep up in second. No More is into third, 1 3/4 off of the leaders. Jungle Tigress pushed along from fourth. The trailer is now Sea by the Sea with just over a quarter of a mile to race. Soup Spoon and Jamaican Jimmy lock horns as they swing for home. No More in striking range at the head of the lane. Jamaican Jimmy sticks ahead in front of Soup Spoon. No More is within range. It's well back to Jungle Tigress and Sea by the Sea. Down the stretch they come, and Jamaican Jimmy is getting away from Soup Spoon. It's Jamaican Jimmy opening up 1.5. The battle is for place between Soup Spoon and No More. Coming down to the wire, Jamaican Jimmy by 2. Soup Spoon held second over No More, then Sea by the Sea, 105 3. Unofficial in race 1, the winner is number 3, Jamaican Jimmy. Second, number 2, Soup Spoon. Third, number 1, No More. And fourth, number 5, Sea by the Sea. Unofficial race 1 order, 3, 2, 1, 5. Race 1 is now official. Returning to the winner's circle, the official winner of today's first race, number 3, Jamaican Jimmy. Jamaican Jimmy is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Capo Bastone out of Jamie's Dancer, bred here in Ontario by Andrew Stronach. Ridden to victory today by Omar Marino, Jamaican Jimmy is trained by Mark Fournier for owners Tanya Orth, Scott Leith and Partners. On the class drop, Jamaican Jimmy earns career win number 2 in 8 starts, his first of the 2023 season, completing the 5 1/2 furlongs in a time of 1:05 and 3. Prices are up. Jamaican Jimmy returns $840, $330, and $210. Number 2, Soup Spoon, $210 and $210. And number 1, No More, $210 to show. $2 exacta, 3-2, $13.10. The $1 try, 3-2-1. $9.25. $1 super, 3-2-1-5. $18.85. Place photo for race 1 is on screen now. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Changes for race 2, an overweight on the number 1, Royal Biz, 2 pounds over at 122. 16 minutes to post.
We continue here on the main track at 5 furlongs. This is a claiming event for non-winners of 3 life in for the $5,000 tag. You'll see some action out here. There are 2 schoolers. You'll see them denoted with the teal towel on them and the S on them. So those 2 are not racing. I saw a couple of people asking, but we do have a field here of 6 going postward, and it's an interesting group. There's a fair bit of speed in here, and I'm curious to see who will hook up early here in the early stages of the race and how that will maybe affect the outcome. And for me, I do think that benefits a horse like the number 2, Bend in the River, who I know he's cutting back. To me, it's a pretty significant cutback. It's 6.5 to 5, and sometimes horses need to go 6.5. They're not really built for 2 turns and 5 furlongs. That's going pretty short here at the Fort, but this one was second last time out, beaten by just half a length at the $5,000 level. And the winner, Bocelli, was a big upset in there. And I think in terms of looking at how that field, how it panned out, I really liked the performance from Ben in the River. And Julie Mathis, only had 1 start with this one, so certainly can improve second time out for the barn. And I do think we'll get the pace set up. So I do use this one on top. Moments ago, he was favored. I was not shocked to see that at all. Looking at some others, though, the number 6, Radcliffe. This one at the Josh Robillard barn. I think he had some excuses. He exits that same race as Bocelli, and he's part of that early pace scenario, and he did tire in there to finish 4th, beaten by 2 1/4, but everyone else was really closing from off of it, so he's kind of at a disadvantage in that sense. And overall, he only did miss, as I mentioned, by 2 1/4 lengths. Prior to that, you can see at his other efforts, 6.5 and a mile and 70 yards have been the distances that he's run at, but I do think he has distance limitations, so in his case, I do think the cutback really does suit him well. And I like to see Chris Husbands riding here for Josh Robillard. From a limited sample, they've done really big things, actually 4 for 9 out of their last 9 attempts together. And then finally from here, looking at some others, I thought the Naval Officer was interesting, as well as the number 5 Gunzig Singer. Both probably expected to maybe be part of that pace scenario. And I did go to Gunzig Singer as my 3rd selection in here. Looking at his campaign this year, I put him in a spot where he was able to finish 3rd in his first race since August, and then he was able to win. And then that effort that you see 2 back in that Cup race here, it was just deep waters. He faced some of the best horses here, that being Alacritus and Strong Ending, both next out winners. So last time out, that's why he was able to get back on track. He went back in for that $5,000 tag, was part of the pace, and just could not hold off Coubird, who was able to close from off the pace. So I do think from a pace perspective, he is intriguing. Now I wonder if anyone else tries to pressure him. Can he stick around for the top spot? Maybe, but I had some reservations, so I did use him a little bit underneath, and ultimately did go to the 2, 1 of 2 for trainer Julie Mathis in here. Best of luck in race number 2.
Horses are making their way on track for today's 2nd race. It's a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. We're going to sprint 5 furlongs for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750. Race 2 offers Win Play Show, Exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent pick 5 wagering. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll turn your programs forward to race 3, we have a corrected overweight in the 3rd race. In race 3, number 6, 2-year contract will be 3 pounds over at 125. Once again, late corrected overweight, race 3, number 6, 2-year contract, 3 pounds over at 125. Race 2 post parade, number 1 is Royal Biz. Ishmael Mosquera rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Robert Elkins. Number 2 is Bend in the River. Steve Jadu has the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 3 is Naval Officer. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Joan Mitchell and owner Linda Lippy. Number 4 is Forest Selection. Brian Shane rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 5 is Gunzig Stinger. Pierre Mailhot in the saddle for trainer Claudia Rabstein and owner John Grinsteins. Completing the field, number 6 is Radcliffe. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Race 2 coming up in a few minutes. Start of the Pick 5. Starting gate is in position. Not too much time left to get your race 2 wagers in. 20-cent Pick 5 wagering kicks off here in race 2. Field for race 2, heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. Kickoff leg for the 20-cent pick 5. 8-5 favorite is number 5, Gunzig Stinger. Close second choice at 2-1 is number 2, Bend in the River. 4-1 on the outside runner, Radcliffe. Field of 6 set to sprint 5 furlongs over the main track. First to go up will be Royal Biz with Ishmael Mosquera. Bend in the River, one of 2 for the Bruno Schickedan's outfit, Steve Jadu in the white cap. Naval Officer with Kirk Johnson. For a Selection, Brian Shane in the red cap. Gunzig Stinger with Pierre Mailhot. Last up will be Radcliffe and Chris Husbands. Radcliffe goes in and we're all in line. And they're off. Radcliffe broke sharply with Naval Officer and Royal Biz along the rail. Between horses is Gunzig Stinger. Taking back are the Schickedan's pair, Bend in the River, and For a Selection. Down the backstretch they go. It is Royal Biz and Naval Officer head and head in the lead. Third on the outside is Gunzig Stinger, 4 deep for Radcliffe. The top 4 have opened up 2 lengths on Bend in the River. Then it's another 2 to For a Selection, who trails as they race into the turn. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter. Naval Officer and Royal Biz now being taken on by Gunzig Stinger. Radcliffe, bet down to 8-5, is making a move in the 4-path. Bend in the River also gaining ground. The trailer is still For a Selection. At the head of the lane, there's still 3 across the track. Gunzig Stinger in the middle of Naval Officer and Radcliffe. Radcliffe now puts the head in front. It is Radcliffe and Chris Husbands. Gunzig Stinger second. Here comes Bend in the River down the outside. Final 16th of a mile. Radcliffe has opened up 2. It's going to be Radcliffe on top. Bend in the River second, then Gunzig Stinger and Naval Officer, 59 flat. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 6, Radcliffe. Second, number 2, Bend in the River. Third, number 5, Gunzig Stinger. And fourth, number 3, Naval Officer. Unofficial race 2 order, 6-2-5-3. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's second race, number 6, Radcliffe. Radcliffe is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Flat Out of San Nicola Charm, bred here in Ontario by Joseph Perrone. Ridden to victory today by Fort Erie's leading rider, Christopher Husbands, Radcliffe is trained by Josh Robillard for owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. That's lifetime win number 3 for Radcliffe, his first of the 2023 season, completing the 5 furlongs in a time of 59 flat. Hold all tickets until race 2 is made official. It's official. Radcliffe returns 520, 290, and 230. Number 2, Bend in the River, 370 and 250. Number 5, Gunzig Stinger, 250. The $2 exacta, 6-2, 1730. $1 try, 625, $20.95. The $1 super, 6253, 63.75. And the $2 double, 3-6, $30.70. And we want to wish a very happy 71st birthday to Darlene from the gang. Happy birthday, Darlene, to all of your friends and family here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Be sure to come out on Tuesday, August 22nd for our free Tiki Bar concert by West Wind, taking place after the last race. Changes for race 3, a rider change on number 1, Lil Green Machine. Make the rider Amanda Vandermeersch. And an overweight on number 6, 2-year contract. The rider will be 3 pounds over at 125. 17 minutes to post.
Race 3 is our first of 2 turf events at a distance of about 7 furlongs. It's a claiming event for non-winners of 3 lifetime and for the $6,250 tag. And looking at the field, a field of 8, half of them have local attempts here at Fort Erie on the turf. The other half do not. And one of the horses in here sets himself apart. He's a 2-time winner on the turf course, and that's the number 3 Sensible Portions for trainer Josh Robillard and Radcliffe Racing Stable. And if you watch the previous race, when Radcliffe won, that combination had teamed up in race number 2. Going to look to give Josh Robillard a double today. And just looking at Sensible Portions, I thought he raced very well in his first start of 2023 off that extended layoff. It was an allowance event, non-winners of 2 lifetime. The winner, Wilberforce, looked very good. He's a horse that's been really intriguing in my opinion, and maybe an up-and-coming horse here at Fort Erie. And in his following start, I thought he raced very well from off the pace for the first time in his career. So the waters were deep, and then to see Sensible Portions take a drop in class last time out and wire the field in a pretty easy win, I think speaks tremendous volumes about him. And I think he loves the 7 furlong distance. He's in great form. The barn's been red hot, and he's just making his 3rd start of the year. So I go to him on the top spot, the number 6, 2-year contract. He's an interesting horse in this field. Just looking at the races under his belt in 2023, does have a win 2 starts back. That was on the main track, though, at 6.5 furlongs. And looking at that race specifically at the distance, I thought it was a good performance. This one was really forwardly placed from the get-go and was able to take them gate to wire. And then more recently, found that $10,000 claiming event to be too tough. Never really got running from the back of the pack. And I think when you look at the top 2 in there specifically, even the top 3, just formidable foes, much tougher than what this one's going to face today. But it's now going to get on the turf first time at Fort Erie. He just has 1 turf start under the belt, was off the board, but it was earlier in the career. And looking at the synthetic races, you would think he should fare just fine over the surface. So 2-year contract I do think is intriguing for Lucapi. And then rounding it out, both the horses I mentioned I think could be forwardly placed in here, but I can tell you who's not going to be. I don't see the number 8 Synchromesh being forwardly placed. He's kind of a deep closer, and he has a really nice late kick. We saw that last time out when he finished second, beaten by 3 lengths. Even in his prior start, he was rolling late. And I think the big thing is if there is any sort of pace scenario up front early on, he can make a late bid. And that effort last time out was a 2nd place finish, I should mention, behind Sensible Portions. So it's going to be an interesting race here, a nice field of 8 going postward in this turf event. Good luck.
Horses are making their way on track for today's 3rd race. It's a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. We're going to travel about 7 furlongs over the turf course, going for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000. Race 3 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. Post parade for race 3, number 1 is Lil Green Machine. Amanda Vandermeersch picks up the mount for owner-trainer Ron Davies. Number 2 is Dr. Chappelle. Jason Hoyt in to ride for trainer Sylvain Pion and owner Andrew Roberts. Number 3 is Sensible Portions. Kirk Johnson has the call for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Canny Ing, the owner of the number 4, Unbridled Inferno. Pierre Mailhot will ride for trainer Paula Loescher. Number 5 is Strong Attitude. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Ken Smith and owner Admiral Stable. Number 6 is 2-year contract. Sunny Singh pilots for trainer Louis Cappy and owner Christina Ramjatin. Number 7 is Dimi Kwando. Michael David rides for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Andrew Stronach. Completing the field, number 8 is Synchromesh. Lenny Seacheran pilots for trainer Joe Humber and owner Aaron Rickman. 1 minute to post for race 3. Late pick 4 wagering kicks off here. We're on the turf for race 3. Starting gate crossing onto the turf course. Not too much time left to get your race 3 wagers in. 20-cent late pick 4 wagering offered here in the third. Race 3 field heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. Field of 8 set to go over the turf course to kick off the late pick 4. 2-1 favorite is the number 3, Sensible Portions, looking for his second consecutive win. 3-1 on the rail runner, Lil Green Machine, and 4-1 on number 6, 2-year contract. First to load will be Lil Green Machine with Amanda Vandermeersch. Gate 2 for Dr. Chappelle, in from Woodbine with Jason Hoyt. Goes up. The favorite, Sensible Portions, with Kirk Johnson, looking to give Josh Robillard and Radcliffe Racing Stables back-to-back wins on today's card. The gray, Unbridled Inferno, with Pierre Mailhot. Strong Attitude with Chris Husbands. 2-year contract. Nice to see Sonny Singh back with us in the riding colony at Fort Erie Racetrack. Demi Kwando and Michael David. Last up will be Synchromesh with Lenny Seacheran. All in line. And they're off. Dr. Chappelle and Lil Green Machine both showing speed from the inside. Here comes Sensible Portions and Strong Attitude. 2-year contract also blasting up. They're 5 across the track as they race into the opening turn. At the back we have Unbridled Inferno, Synchromesh, and widest of all is Demi Kwando. Round the opening turn they go, sticking the head in front. It is Sensible Portions. Deep on the track is also, in the red cap, Strong Attitude. Along the rail, Lil Green Machine and Dr. Chappelle. They're still 4 across the track. 2-year contract is taken back into the garden spot in 5th, 3 lengths off the leaders, past the quarter in 24-1. Then it's a gap of 2 back to Synchromesh, who's found the rail, well back to Demi Kwando and Unbridled Inferno. Lil Green Machine now ahead in front. Dr. Chappelle, Sensible Portions, and Strong Attitude still contesting the lead. Advancing on the inside is 2-year contract. Synchromesh also in traffic. The half was 48 flat. It's about 8 lengths back to the trailing pair of Unbridled Inferno and Demi Kwando. Round the far turn they go. It's Lil Green Machine and Dr. Chappelle still going at it. Looking for room on the inside. 2-year contract. Looks like he has plenty of horse. Just needs somewhere to go. Synchromesh is now contesting the lead in the 3-path. Down the stretch they come. Lil Green Machine and Dr. Chappelle. Synchromesh sticks the head in front. Now to the far outside. 2-year contract tries to launch a rally. 2-year contract surging, but Synchromesh is getting away from them. It's Synchromesh. He's opened up 4 lengths, going on to an easy win under Lenny Seacheran. Synchromesh then 2-year contract. Unbridled Inferno might have just gotten show from Dr. Chappelle. 126-4. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 8, Synchromesh. Second, number 6, 2-year contract. It's a photo for the show spot. Hold all tickets. In the show photo, it was number 4, Unbridled Inferno, getting up over the 2, Dr. Chappelle. Unofficial race 3 order is 8-6-4-2. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's third race, number 8, Synchromesh. Synchromesh is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Mucho Macho Man out of Dynashiels. Bred here in Ontario by Andy Stronach, Synchromesh was ridden to victory today by Lenny Seacheran for trainer Joe Humber and owner Aaron Rickman. That's lifetime win number 2 for Synchromesh in 17 starts, his first of the 2023 season, completing the about 7 furlong distance over the turf course in a time of 1:26.4. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. Race 3 is now official. Synchromesh returns $19.50, $8.90, and $5.90. Number 6, 2-year contract, $9.70 and $7. And the number 4, Unbridled Inferno, $9 to show. $2 exacta, $8.6, $88.80. The $1 try, $8.64. $560.30. $1 super, $8.642. $1,578.20. The $2 double, $6.8, $53.40, and the $1 pick 3, $181.25. We had a claim out of today's third race, the number 1 Lil Green Machine, claimed by owner-trainer Gary Shadobiak. Race 4 is coming up in 17 minutes. There are no changes.
We're halfway through our Sunday card. 3 more races to go. A $8,000 claiming race is here in race 4 for fillies and mares. 6.5 furlongs here on the main track. I'm going to kick things off with the number 2, Fancy Soul, trained by Richard Davis. Looking at her first start here off that freshening off those races at Tampa, I thought she ran huge. She got a really nice trip where she was able to save some ground. And in terms of where she was early, she was just a couple of lengths off of it, made a late run, and was able to beat horses such as Fresh Dreams, who finished 3rd, was a next out winner, and Is There a Forest, who won here just about 2 weeks ago. So it's been a productive race. And after that performance, I did think she earned a spot to kind of face the more seasoned mares, but it just didn't work out for her. You look at that starter optional claiming event back on July 25th. She never really got running in there, but she did face very nice horses, more savvy. The second place finisher, came back to win next time out, and Cozy Valentine, the winner, has been pretty good in her few appearances here so far in 2023. So I like also that Pierre Mailhot is going to climb back aboard, and she finds herself amongst her friends once again to look for her 4th career victory. Some others to talk about: the number 4, Monastery Lane. This one out of the Kevin Buttigieg barn. Previously raced at Fort Erie a couple of times, but that was on the turf, and most of her races, if you can see, turf has been a lot of it, synthetic as well, and this is going to be her first dirt appearance. So it's taken a while to see if she can handle the dirt. In terms of pedigree, though, she's high looking at Lucky. I don't have any issues with that on the dirt. And obviously on the bottom side, a Henny Hughes mare who did make one dirt start in her career. And it was actually here at Fort Erie, was 3rd in the Ernie Samuel Memorial with a 60 Beyer speed figure. And then looking at the pedigree perspective in terms of siblings, this have a sibling that I believe has 2 dirt winners. So I'm curious to see this one. As I mentioned, she's a little older in her career to try the dirt, but you never know. And she does have a really nice workout back on July 8th. I know it was before a couple of her appearances, especially just that most recent one, but it at least gave me a suggestion that she might be able to handle the main track. And finally, on the outside is the number 6, Born to Be Good, who was second choice on the morning line. This one at the Stephen Cathcart barn was a really nice second last time out, dead heated actually for second, where Silent Guru was able to win 2 races in a row, won the prior effort and then won this race, and that race specifically was in Front End Fashion. And then the 3rd place finisher recently came back to win at Woodbine in a starter optional claiming event on the turf with a really nice 70 Beyer speed figure. But keep on talking about turf because that race was on the turf back on July 25th, and this one's going to get back to the main track and does have a good record, 2 for 3 in the money, one of which was a win here at Fort Erie. But my question is, I'm not sure what she really faced in those races. She certainly could be a horse that could win this race, but in some of those races I do think it was a little softer overall, and she does have to face horses such as Fancy Soul. So we'll see what she can do. I do think she gets the benefit here of the outside draw, though. You can see in some of her races she's been pretty close to it or is closed from off of it. So I do think the rider here will have some options with her. But I did go to the 2 here. Fancy Soul is my top pick. Good luck here in the 4th.
Horses are making their way on track for today's 4th race. It's a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2023 or which have never won 4 races. We're going to go 6 1/2 furlongs for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Number 1 is Sub-Zero Plus. Kirk Johnson rides for owner-trainer Dale Powell. Number 2 is Fancy Soul. Pierre Mailhot has the call for trainer Richard Davis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Dale Powell also owns and trains the number 3, A Wildest Treasure. The rider is Michael David. Number 4 is Monastery Lane. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Kevin Buttigieg and owner Colebrook Farms. Number 5 is Midnight Meadow. Amanda Vandermeersch in the saddle for trainer Bev Chubb and owner Pure Heart Racing. Completing the field, number 6 is Born to Be Good. Jeffrey Alderson rides for trainer Stephen Cathcart, who part owns with Joseph Roberto. Final pick 3 of the day coming up in today's 4th race. Not too much time left to get your race 4 wagers in. Race 4 field heading up to the gate, about to head behind. It is now post time. The 9 to 5 choice is the number 2 Fancy Soul. 5 to 2 on the number 4 Monastery Lane in her first try over the dirt. And 3 to 1 on the outside runner, Born to Be Good. As the horses begin to make their way behind the starting gate. 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. Final pick 3 of the day here in race 4. First to go up will be Sub-Zero Plus with Kirk Johnson, one of 2 for the Dale Powell barn. Fancy Soul with Pierre Mailhot. The other Dale Powell runner, A Wild as Treasure and Michael David to gate 3. Monastery Lane and Chris Husbands. Midnight Meadow with Amanda Vandermeersch coming in from Woodbine. The last up will be Born to Be Good and Jeffrey Alderson. All in line. Fancy Soul a little fractious in the gate. Pierre Mailhot climbing back aboard. All set. And they're off. Fancy Soul missed the start. She's about 3 lengths out of it. Showing speed from the rail is Sub-Zero Plus with Born to Be Good from the far outside. A Wildest Treasure also showing up between them. 4th on the outside is Midnight Meadow. Fancy Soul is into 5th, fighting the rider. The trailer is going to be Monastery Lane. Within the 5 furlong pole, Born to Be Good is shot clear to a 2-length lead. The Powell stablemates are racing 2nd and 3rd. A Wildest Treasure on the outside of Sub-Zero Plus. Fancy Soul is into 4th in traffic, passing Midnight Meadow, who races on the outside in 5th. Then it's another 1.5 back to Monastery Lane, who continues to trail. They race into the turn. The opening quarter was 23 and 2. Leading the way is Born to Be Good, 1.5 lengths better than Sub-Zero Plus, who angles to the outside. A Wildest Treasure is 3rd in the 3-path. Fancy Soul tapped up for more from 4th. Then we have Midnight Meadow, and advancing along the rail is Monastery Lane. A half in 47 and 2, they turn for home. It is Born to Be Good looking to be gate to wire, taken on by Sub-Zero Plus. Born to Be Good kicks clear again. Sub-Zero Plus in 2nd. Monastery Lane trying to make a rally along the rail with A Wildest Treasure. Final 1/8 of a mile. Born to Be Good still has the lead. Sub-Zero Plus is trying on the outside, but Born to Be Good is finding enough. It is Born to Be Good and Jeffrey Alderson going on to a 2-length score. Sub-Zero Plus held 2nd over Monastery Lane, then A Wildest Treasure, 1:19 and 3. Unofficial winner in race number 4 is the 6, Born to Be Good. It's a photo for place. Hold all tickets. In the place photo, it's number 1, Sub-Zero Plus. 3rd is the 4, Monastery Lane. 4th, number 3, A Wildest Treasure. Unofficial race 4 order, 6-1-4-3. Returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's fourth race, number 6, Born to Be Good. She's a 6-year-old bay mare by Giant Gizmo out of Miss Ambition, bred here in Ontario by J. Perrone and P. Cooper. Ridden to victory today by Jeffrey Alderson. Born to Be Good is trained by Stephen Cathcart, who owns in partnership with Joseph Roberto. That's lifetime win number 4, the second win of the 2023 season for Born to Be Good, who went gate to wire, completing the 6 1/2 furlongs in a time of 1:19.3. Hold all tickets until race 4 is made official. It's official. Born to Be Good returns 10:20, 480, and 330. Long shot Sub-Zero Plus in for second, 1370 to place, 640 to show. And the 4 Monastery Lane, 370 to show. $2 exacta, 6-1, $87.40. The $1 try, 6-1-4, $147.05. $1 super, 6-1-4-3, $685.25. The $2 double, 8-6, $61.40. $1 pick 3, $116.85. And the $1 early pick 4, $930.50. On screen now, the place photo for race 4. Racing will be back on Tuesday, August 15th. First post will be 4:30. And as a reminder, there will be no racing tomorrow, no racing on Monday, August 14th. Race 5 is coming up in 17 minutes. We have a rider change on the number 1, One More Brew. Make the rider Amanda Vandermeersch.
Feature race time here in the 5th, an allowance event for non-winners of 3 lifetime. 6 furlongs is the distance here on the main track, and a really nice field of 7. We'll start with the number 5 in here, who is my top pick, Morning Thoughts, for trainer and owner Jeff Voice. Was second last time out at this level, going 6.5, and Mobilizer was a huge upset in there. I thought this horse raced very well, and Mobilizer just was able to get to the front and kind of set fractions to his liking, and Morning Thoughts was trying to get to him every stage of the way in the stretch, and ultimately had to settle for second, beaten by just half a length. But a very consistent season, as you can see. Was 1 for 6 last year. This year, 5 for 5 in the money, and has really taken to the dirt nicely. A 73 buyer in that most recent effort. Prior to that, though, was a really nice, easy winner with a 70 buyer speed figure against allowance level non-winners of 2 lifetime. And in the barn, a lot of seconds and thirds to start the meet, but they've started to come alive as we get deeper into the season. The number 1, One More Brew, will race first off the claim for Bermuda Blue Farm and Paul Wolf. Trainer here, Anthony Adamo. Back-to-back wins for this one. Was able to graduate up at Woodbine back on June 18th, and that first start since September. Got a really nice trip just off the pace to win in the stretch by a length and a quarter. And then while facing winners for the first time can always be a tough task, and horse is able to basically get a very similar trip and win by a length with a 75 buyer speed figure. And in terms of pedigree here, Milwaukee Brew have no problem with these ones on the dirt, as he's going to try the dirt for the first time. And this one has a nice pedigree. A sibling, Loaded Once More, was a 5-time winner here at Fort Erie during the career, and more recently in 2023 has won 5 races on the dirt in the United States. So I really don't think the dirt will be a problem, but does the draw the inside in here, and typically comes from about mid-pack, as we've seen so far. So it'll be interesting to see the trip that can be carved out for this one. And then finally, the number 4, 7 is a breeze. 6 furlongs is arguably not his best distance. He wants to go longer. We saw that late last season when he was able to win at 1 mile and a 16th to pick up that second lifetime win. And even his other races at 6.5 have suited him well. But so far in 2023, 2 off-the-board finishes, but certainly stepped up second time off the layoff. The first spot I mentioned earlier with another race, it was just a really tough race looking at the top 2 in there, and even the top 3, they've all come back to win at some point since that race. And this one really made a nice late move last time to finish 4th, beaten by a length and a quarter. Wasn't too far behind in that race, behind Morning Thoughts. So Jeff Ellerson just had a win in the previous race. Going to let you climb aboard this one for the first time, and if the pace is right, 7 is a breeze can still really unleash a rally in the stretch, so we'll see what happens. But for me, I go to the number 5, Morning Thoughts. Good luck here.
And all of us here at Fort Erie Racetrack would like to wish a hearty congratulations to Frank Salive. Frank Salive was the announcer here at Fort Erie Racetrack for several seasons and was recently inducted into the 2023 class of the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame. So we all want to wish big congratulations to Frank Salive. And joining us for the call of today's fifth race is Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Famer Frank Salive.
One More Brew has post-paraded for the fifth race, owned by Bermuda Blue Farm, Paul Wolf, toned by Trini Adamo, and the rider is Amanda Vandermeersch. Pierre Melhot, the riding partner of Two Bodie for Jeff Boyce, and Herb McGurr Jr. Bruno Schickedan's owns, Julie Mathis trains. Melanie Pinto is hired for saddle duty on 3, Can't Glide by Cats. 7 Is a Breeze is number 4, conditioned by John Sims for Hopefield Farm. And in the irons, that's Jeffrey Alderson. Jeff Boyce conditioning, sharing ownership with Robin and Casey Voice and Greg Alho. Ishmael Mascara is in the irons. A top 5 Morning Thoughts. Meito, number 6, campaigning for Paula Loescher with Kirk Johnson. Completing the field is 7, One More Ring. Ridden by Chris Husbands, trained by Kevin Buttigieg for the ownership of Colebrook Farms. They're going to run the 6 furlongs of race 5, contesting a purse of $24,600. Win, place, show, exacta trifecta, start of a daily double, and superfecta wagering privileges. Race 5 coming up from Fort Erie Racetrack. Horses are reporting back to the gate. Race 5 fast approaching from Fort Erie Racetrack. Horses are approaching the gate. Time running out for your Race 5 wagers. First to step in, even money choice, One More Brew. Bodie, longest on the board, has loaded. Can't Glide by Cats steps in well. 7 is a Breeze, priced at 5-1. Morning Thoughts, solid second choice at 2-1. Meito and Kirk Johnson going to go off in double digits. One More Ring completing the line. Standing by for a start. They're at the post. They're off. Good, clean beginning for all. And right down along the inside is One More Brew looking to hold position. Can't Glide by Cats, just a little bit better. One More Ring is going to run with the front vanguard of 3. On the extreme outside, then it's back to Bodie. Flanked on the outside by Morning Thoughts and Meito. And the trailer along the backstretch tour is 7 is a Breeze. So the opening quarter flashes up in 23 seconds, and they're still going at it long and hard on the front end. One More Brew holding the inside lane advantage. Can't Glide by Cats has been right at his throat latch the entire way. Then Bodie has been tracking. Out of the round, that one is One More Ring. Then Morning Thoughts, Meito, and Can't Glide by Cats is going to save ground along the inside. 7, all tightly bunched. Who do you like at the top of the stretch? They're after a half in 46-2 through the stretch. One More Brew is still going. Live wire out of the backfield. Meito with Can't Glide by Cats. They aren't going to reach One More Brew. One More Brew is going to show the short way home to victory. Finishing second was Morning Thoughts. Meito was third. 7 is a Breeze down on the fence, salvaging fourth. But One More Brew was flawless in victory to reward the 6-5 backers 111 in the fifth. Back to the victory photograph of the 5th race is One More Brew. 3-year-old Dark Bay or Brown Gelding by Milwaukee Brew. From OK One More by Include. Trained by Tony Adamo for Bermuda Blue Farm and Paul H. Wolf. And stepping on for the winning mount, Amanda Vandermeersch. Going right down the road with One More Brew. Ran the 6 furlongs in 1:11 flat. When posted official. Results are now official. One More Brew receiving solid backing, just above even money, and a $4.60 win ticket. $2.70 and $2.50 across. Morning Thoughts $2.90 and $2.40. Mayito $4.90. The Exacta $9.10. The Dollar Trifecta $40.70. $1 Superfecta $79.90. Daily Double concluded on race 5, $29.70. And the Dollar Pick 3 ended on the 5th race, $106.10. Next up from Fort Erie Racetrack, the 6th race. And that brings us to the Jackpot High 5 wager. Carryover into this Jackpot High 5 is north of $45,311. An anticipated $50,000 up for grabs today in the Jackpot High 5 coming up in the 6th race from Fort Erie Racetrack. Sixth race weight changes. Number 2, Rumors Fly, and 4, Leah's Sunshine, both 1 pound over. In addition to that Jackpot High 5, Win Place Show Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and the Jackpot High 5 carryover, more than $45,300 going into the 6th race.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late rider change being announced for the first time here in race 6. In the 6th race, change the rider of the number 9 Lightning Marie to Jeffrey Alderson. Once again, here in race 6, rider change on the number 9 Lightning Marie. Make the rider Jeffrey Alderson.
We will wrap up our equine part of the card today here in race number 6, but don't forget to stick around afterwards for the Basset Hound races. Looking at this race, we're on the turf at about 7 furlongs. Maiden fillies in for the $6,250 tag, and you'll see a lot of these fillies. We'll see how they act. It's an interesting bunch of horses. You never know what you're getting, especially with some of these that lack a little bit of that race day experience with only 2 or 3 races under their belt. And looking at the group, I want to start with the number 2, Rumors Fly. Now, there was a key race here on July 31st at today's distance with some moisture in the turf course. A lot of these fillies and mares are exiting that race. Now, looking at Rumors Fly's performance, I thought she handled the turf quite nicely. It was a career best performance in terms of the number that she got and her finish. She finished 4th with a 37 Beyer speed figure, but made a nice late kick in the stretch. I actually thought she was going to backpedal for a bit and only missed by a length and a quarter. So I expect that now that Chris Husbands has been aboard her a couple times and he's specifically getting that race on the turf, he might be able to carve out a trip that works for her. And she can certainly move up with just her 3rd start since joining this barn. Now looking at some others in here, the number 5, Lady of the Fort, also exits that race. I will say, I thought Michael David gave this horse a great trip, was able to save ground with the inside position, but unfortunately did have to check at some point, and that cost some position. But when it was all said and done, got this one out to the clear, and she made a really nice late rally to finish 6th, but only beat by 2 lengths. So I really liked what I saw from her. I think with a cleaner trip, she could have a really big shot here, and she's turned it around since getting onto the turf course. And finally, the number 6, Lights and Sirens, tried to light up the tote board last time out at odds of 30-1, was forwardly placed from the get-go, and just was denied in the end by Silent Warning by a head. And I think from a pace perspective, Lights and Sirens could be keen early on. And we saw earlier today in our lone turf race, speed didn't hold, but you never know. If you have horses that get to the front, they're able to set sensible fractions. They might be able to hang on. So great race here, great betting opportunity, a wide open event with a field of 9 going postward. Good luck here in the nightcap.
Field is making their way on track for today's 6th and final race. It's a maiden claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. Going to travel about 7 furlongs over the turf course for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high five wagering. The carryover is in excess of $45,000. Race 6 post parade, number 1 is Always Rosie. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. Number 2 is Rumors Fly. Chris Husbands has the call for trainer Kevin Buttigieg and owner Colebrook Farms. Wiccan Sense, the number 3, Mark Lee Buchanan will ride for trainer Mike Bennett, who owns In Partnership. Number 4 is Leah's Sunshine. This one also goes for owner Six Brothers Stable and trainer Ken Albu. The rider is Brandon Boulanger. Number 5 is Lady of the Fort. Michael David rides for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Andrew Stronach. Number 6 is Lights and Sirens. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Allison Jennings and owner Candice Sirianni. Bruno Schickedan's owner of the number 7 Tangerine Twist. Melanie Pinto in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis. On screen now, number 8, Saged Energy. Lenny Seacheran rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Robert Elkins. On screen now is the number 9, Lightning Marie. Jeffrey Alderson picks up the call for trainer Claudia Rabstein and owner David Tomlinson. Horses are crossing onto the turf course for today's 6th and final race. Jackpot High Five wagering coming up here in the 6th. Carryover is in excess of $45,000, and we have a competitive field of 9 going over the turf course to close out the day. Sure to be an exciting nightcap. And don't forget to stick around after the last races. We'll have the 2023 Fort Erie Basset Hound races. Race 6 field heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. Field of 9 filly and mare maiden claimers will close out this Basset Hound Sunday here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Jackpot high five wagering offered here in the 6th. Getting set to load. First to go will be Always Rosie, looking to give Amanda Vandermeersch both ends of the late double. Rumors Fly and Chris Husbands to gate 2. Seven-year-old Wiccan Sense with Mark Lee Buchanan. Leah's Sunshine and Brandon Boulanger. Lady of the Fort, Michael David in the colors of Andrew Stronach to gate 5. The Gray Mare, Lights and Sirens with Kirk Johnson will come up next. Lights and Sirens on the heels of a gritty defeat back on July 31st. Still working on Lights and Sirens. Lights and Sirens goes in with some encouragement. Tangerine Twist and Melanie Pinto, currently the 5-2 favorite. Long Shot Saged Energy, looking to give Lenny Cicheran and Joe Humber their second win on today's card. The outside runner will be Lightning Marie. Jeffrey Alderson picks up the mount. Lightning Marie steps up. Field of 9 filly and mare maiden claimers to close out the day at Fort Erie Racetrack. We are all in line. And they're off. Wiccan Sense broke slowly. Tangerine Twist out on top with Lights and Sirens ridden along for speed. Third along the inside is Always Rosie, sharing that spot with the stablemate Leah's Sunshine. Dropping back is Rumors Fly. To her outside is Lightning Marie, Saged Energy. A gap of 2 more to Lady of the Fort, and the early trailer after the slow break is going to be Wiccan Sense. Lights and Sirens has secured the lead. She's 1 1/4 better than Always Rosie and Leah's Sunshine, who races a pair. Fourth on the outside is Tangerine Twist. Saving ground from 5th is Rumors Fly, a length better than Lightning Marie. Lady of the Fort swings to the outside to begin gaining position. Saged Energy is on the rail, and the trailer is still Wiccan Sense. The quarter was a very moderate 24-4, and leading the way is Lights and Sirens at 3-1. Tangerine Twist is into second, past Leah's Sunshine and Always Rosie, who saves ground from 4th. 5th on the outside is Lightning Marie. Lady of the Fort is gaining ground past a half in 49-2. Rumors Fly, Wiccan Sense, and the new trailer is Saged Energy. Midway around the far turn, it is Lights and Sirens, who's asked for more by Kirk Johnson. Tangerine Twist now descends with Lightning Marie, 3 across the track at the quarter pole. Looking for room on the inside as Always Rosie, and Lady of the Fort is in contention. Down the stretch they come. Lights and Sirens clinging to the lead. Tangerine Twist and Lightning Marie. Always Rosie needs a split. Lights and Sirens is finding more in the final 1/8 of a mile. It's Lights and Sirens still leading. Here comes Always Rosie with one last push, but it's not going to get to Lights and Sirens on top. Always Rosie's second best. Rumors Fly got up for third over Tangerine Twist and Lightning Marie. 128-1. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 6, Lights and Sirens. Second, number 1, Always Rosie. It's a photo for the show spot. Hold all tickets. In the show photo, it's number 2, Rumors Fly, up over the number 7, Tangerine Twist. Unofficial race 6 order is 6127. Now making her way back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of tonight's 6th race, number 6, Lights and Sirens. Lights and Sirens is a 5-year-old gray or roan mare by Frack Daddy out of Hillary's Winner, a homebred here in Ontario for Candice Sirianni. Lights and Sirens goes gate to wire under Kirk Johnson for trainer Allison Jennings, breaking the maiden in attempt number 4, completing the about 7 furlongs over a turf course listed as good in a time of 1:28 and 1. Hold all tickets until race 6 is made official. It's official. Lights and Sirens at 3 to 1 returns 880, 450, and 320. Number 1, Always Rosie, 540 and 370. And number 2, Rumors Fly, 290. The $2 exacta, 6-1, 49.50. The $1 try, 6-1-2, $75.60. The $1 super, 6-1-2-7, $236.95. Multiple winning tickets in the jackpot high five, the $1 combo, 61279, $1,142.30. The carryover into Tuesday's card of racing is up to $49,126.96. $2 late double, 1-6, $18.60. The $1 pick 3, $65.20. The $1 pick 4, $591 even. And the $1 late pick 5, $1,381.95. Jackpot High Five carryover is growing. Tuesday's card will feature a carryover of $49,126.96. On screen now is the show photo for race 6. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for information about everything going on at the track, live streaming of all the races, and all of our race replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. As a reminder, because we race today, there will be no racing tomorrow, Monday, August 14th. Racing will resume on Tuesday, August 15th. First post will be 4:30. Be sure to come out on Tuesday, August 22nd. After the last race, we will have a free concert at the Tiki Bar featuring West Wind. Mark your calendars. The 88th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be taking place on Tuesday, September 12th. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Now be sure to stick around. We're getting things set up now for the 2023 Basset Hound races here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Dog event sponsored by Pet Food Outlet and Dave McMahon Dog Training Academy. That concludes the horse racing action here at Fort Erie Racetrack on this beautiful Sunday, August 13th. Hope everybody's sticking around for the Basset Hound races, but we want to thank everybody for joining us with the support here today at Fort Erie Racetrack. 2023 Basset Hound races coming up shortly. joined here today by our marketing and communications manager, James Kulik, here to talk about the upcoming Basset Hound races on Sunday. James, what do we have to look forward to this weekend?
All the usual fun stuff's coming back for the next dog race. The wiener dog races went pretty smoothly. Everyone had a good time, so we're going to stick to the same kind of script, but we're swapping out the wieners for Basset Hounds this time. It's a lot of fun. It's a little bit different. Those wiener dogs, they're actually pretty quick, some of them. The Basset Hounds, they tend to be a little on the chunkier side. They're not quite as quick. They're a little bit clumsier. As you see here, we had a collision last year. So it's a little bit more of a kind of a laugh than the wiener dogs. The wiener dogs are a lot of fun, but the Basset Hounds, there's something about them that just, brings a smile to everybody's face for sure.
Yeah, the Basset Hounds are a bit more of a relaxed event, I would say, than the wiener dogs.
Definitely.
Well, I'll give the wiener dogs credit. We didn't have any run halfway up the track like we did last year.
No, the wiener dogs were fairly focused this year.
We had a very well-behaved group of dogs this year.
We did. I'm just putting the program together for the Bassets now, but I definitely noticed when I was going through the wiener dogs, a lot of them were in that kind of 5, 10, 15 pound category. And man, I got to tell you, some of these Basset Hounds, you'd be shocked by some of the weights that they're coming in at, 35, 40. There's like a 50 pounder in there. So some of them are some pretty chunky boys out there on Sunday.
How many races for the Basset Hounds are we expecting?
Well, we'll probably have the full slate again, depending on, we've had a few dropouts. We'll probably have the full complement of 4 to 5 heats, and then the winners will move on to the finals. We're no mixed breed for this one. I guess the mixed breeds aren't maybe as popular for the Basset Hounds. There's not as many mixed Bassets as there are for the mixed wiener dogs, but we'll definitely have the full slate of races, and people will have a lot of fun with them. So.
And are we going to have any more events or anything else going on track that day? Anything else for the public to look forward to?
Yeah, so the kids got a real kick out of Fluffy the Clown being here for wiener dogs. She had a very long, busy day of doing a lot of balloon animals for the kids. So she'll be back here doing that. The food trucks will be here to keep everyone happy with lots of things to eat and delicious stuff. So there'll be lots of stuff to do on the day. The farmers market will be back. We'll have the walking ring will be stuffed full of all our market vendors, so you can grab stuff there, and plenty of things to do.
Perfect. Well, I'm sure it'll be a very good day, James. We appreciate you coming up. Have a great day. Getting set for the first Basset Hound race for the 2023 Fort Erie Basset Hound Day. The top finishers of all the race will move on to contest the Grand Championship. Trophy presentation will be made to the winner of the 7th race. First, we have our 6 qualifying heats. The races will be 25 meters. We will alternate between the 2 tracks on either side of the finish line.
He's going to release the dog, you'll be at the finish line.
Okay, the dogs for the first Basset Hound race will be heading out to the starting position. In race 1, we have Poti, Sophie, Thunder, Shirley May, Libby, and Bubs. Six Basset Hounds coming out for race 1. 2023 Fort Erie Basset Hound Championships. So we've got 4 here: Shirley May, Thunder, Libby, and Bubs. I don't see Poti or Sophie. Getting set. Race 1. Three. Go! Shirley May's the only one running to the finish line. Thunder's second. Libby and Bubs are DNFs. So they did not start, let alone did not finishes. Here comes Bubs. Bubs ran on late. Late closer. Libby just crossed the wire. Big round of applause for Libby. Dogs for race 2 going out to track 2. We've got Stanley, Sally O'Malley, Hoagie, Hudson, Remy Martin, and Maisie. Blackhawks for race 2 are getting into position. Set for race 2. Starting flag is up. Ready? Go! Collision between Hoagie and Hudson at the start. Hoagie looked like a winner, but he turned around. Oh, it's Remy Martin in a shocker. Hoagie was the winner, but he went off course. Remy Martin's going to come out on top. Looked like Sally O'Malley second. Stanley's going the wrong way. Hoagie's taking a run on the turf course. Now we have a runaway winner. Race 3 is coming up next. We've got Lennon, Forrest Gump, Stella, Sir Stubby, and Rosie. Getting lined up for the third. Looks like we've got 4 here. I don't see Forrest Gump. Rosie looks ready to go. Starting flag is up. Go! Rosie Brokovich is going the wrong way. Looks like the leader is Stella. Oh, that's a photo. Gonna need placing judge Pete Spoor. Official order of finish for the third. That was too close for me to call. Coming up for race 4. Race 4 is Beatrice, Lemo, Frank Costanza, Ginger, Oliver, and Roz. Got all 6 ready for race 4. Starting flag is up. Go! Beatrice is going to go all the way. Beatrice broke really good. Looked like Frank Costanza second. We're starting to come out for race 5. Race 5 has got Buddy, Bailey, Ziggy, Shark, Ginger, and Poppy. See Buddy there. Shark. I can't tell if that's Bailey or Ziggy. Flag is up, go! Buddy is on top. Buddy's going to go all the way. Looks like Ziggy is second. Bailey third on the outside. Shark is lumbering along at the back. And there's Shark. Good job, Shark. Race 6 is the last qualifying heat for the Grand Championship 2023 Fort Erie Basset Hound races. They're coming out now. We've got Walter, Lana, Claude, Franklin, Bob, and Heidi. Walter and Lana are ready. Franklin's there. Bob. Heidi on the outside. I don't see Claude. Flag is up. Go! Oh, that's Bob. Bob's looking to go all the way. Bob wins. I think that was Franklin second. Yeah, that's Franklin. Bob and Franklin going to the finals. All right, we're coming out for the championship Basset Hound Race 2023. Championship has 12 dogs. We've got Roscoe, Bubs, Maisie, Remy Martin, Forrest, Rosie, Frank, Beatrice, Ziggy, Buddy, Bob, and Franklin. Championship race sure to be action-packed. 12 dogs duking it out for fame and glory here in Fort Erie. Remy Martin tried to break through the gate, but they've got him under control. It's a very eager group of 12, waiting for the starter's flag to lift. Flag is up. Go! That looks like Rosie. I think Rosie, on the outside, Ziggy made a big run too. I think it's a photo between Rosie and Ziggy. Yeah. Winner of the championship race was number 6, Rosie. Second was the 9, Ziggy. And third was number 7, Frank Costanza.
We're good to go? All right, Trish. All right, we'll start with our third place winner of our Basset Hound races. We have Frank. Frank Costanza. Oh. Is there Ziggy? Yep. Okay. While we're waiting, I'll take a second to thank our sponsors. Once again, Dave McMahon's Dog Training Academy, awesome sponsor, been with us since day one. All right, second place this year, we have Ziggy. Big round of applause for Ziggy. Thank you, Ziggy. Okay. Rosie? Rosie? Let's go. Our other big sponsor, the person who donated all these awesome, amazing prizes you're seeing tonight, Tim from the Pet Food Outlet in Welland. They've been a great, great sponsor. If you need anything, make sure you go there. And this is the big winner this year, Rosie. Oh, wait, we're missing a trophy. Oh, here's that big grand prize for Rosie. Niagara's fastest Basset Hound. Here she is. Thanks so much for coming out, everybody. I hope you enjoyed our third annual Basset Hound races. We'll have more dog races coming up next season. And don't forget to come back later this year. We got the Prince of Wales Stakes on September 12th. We'll see you all then.